Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, it's going to be a shorter one because I've got a game dev meetup to attend a little bit later on. I am making some good progress on Insignia today. Had a bit of a sound effects team meeting this morning, and we are working on input refactors right now, finishing up the stuff that we were doing early last week. Hopefully by tomorrow, maybe even today, we could have a new build. Probably not. Maybe closer to Thursday, we'll have a new build of the Steam demo. But there is a Steam demo available for you to download right now. You can sign up on the Steam page. You can also wishlist Insignia right there. I want to say a big thanks to Ecliptic Game Studio for the raid. Welcome, and sorry you couldn't stay. Have a great rest of your day. Big thanks to most recent follower Mbathke and Fractals for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Also, a big welcome to everybody who's lurking on YouTube. Welcome. So, today, like I said, we're doing input stuff and we've got an early stream end time. So let me just queue everything up and get started. I'm already pretty close actually with this rebind stuff. Let me show you what we've got going. So I can, hang on a sec. I can go here, I can go here, controls, keyboard, I can click a button, I can press a different button and it rebinds. That's all it needs to do. There's not really much else there. It's just that it doesn't save yet. So today on the agenda is, and I don't know why that doesn't work. So yeah, on the agenda today is saving the rebinds to a player like custom object, and then having these here reflect the different options that you can have, including that custom object. So your ability to choose, like, it'll be retro, FPS, and then modern, and then custom. So there'll be 4. And custom is just whatever you change. So as long as if you've changed it at all, it'll be called custom. But otherwise you can go to different presets. Okay. So, what I'm looking at right now is the runtime kind of wrapper object for how we handle the actual like keys that have been bound. And previously I was using a dictionary for this, and I've been consulting GPT, just asking it what it thinks a better way to do it would be. And the advice I'm getting is that actually it seems like the Rewired, which is the input system that I'm using, Rewired has a serializable to JSON object for storing its objects for keybinds. So keyboard map is this class, and I don't know how it rationalizes this, because keyboard map is a controller map. It's not marked as serializable. So I don't actually know like how it does any of that stuff. There is some kind of like serialization that it's doing, but like I really don't understand what all this is. Decompilation log? Like, I don't know. I think these are like built classes because they got all these weird extra numbers attached to them. Metadata as source temp. This is part of like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that I don't recognize, but we'll see. So, I mean, maybe I could look up for the actual documentation. Just check. Rewired, serialize keyboard map. Let's have a look. I shouldn't be there. Shouldn't be where? In that weird file. Okay, rewired.keyboard map. Inherits from system.object. Isn't that the decompiled binaries? I guess so. I don't really recognize what that is. Like, I have a vague guess at what that means, but like, I've never done that. I've never been inside of a file like that before. Why aren't they just classes, you know? When I type serialize, I get nothing. No. All right. In each rewired input manager game object as serialized data. See input manager for details. Rewired does not store its input configuration data in a single location for the entire project. Instead, the data is stored in the current rewired input manager game object. This means that you can have entirely different input setups for different scenes in your project if you like, because each rewired input manager is completely separate. It also means that input data is not globally available, especially in editor scripts or when rewired has been initialized. At runtime, the current input configuration is loaded from the active rewired input manager in this scene. To change the completely different configuration, you can disable one rewired input manager and enable another in the editor. Yeah. So it does the serialization in the scene. It's scene serializable, which is fine, but I want it to be like serializable for me in the editor, which is different. And I don't know, like, Input Mapper is a class that greatly simplifies the process of remapping controls. It handles listening for controller input, conflict checking, and creating an action element assignments in a controller map. Please see how-tos creating a controller mapping screen before creating a control mapping system using Input Mapper. The basic process is as follows. Create an input mapper, configure options, subscribe to events, create a mapping context, start listening for input, handle assignment conflicts, advanced operations. I don't know. Rewired now includes Control Mapper, a customizable UI for control mapping system. Customizable UI control mapping system built with Unity UI that should fit the needs of many games. Yeah, but I don't want to use that. I just don't want to use theirs. I do not provide support for making your own control map remapping system. I have provided 4 working examples for those expert programmers to learn the API so they can make their own remapping systems. I have provided complete drop-in UI system control mapper for those that can't write their own system. If looking through the examples to learn is too difficult, use control mapper. Okay, so give me the examples. Simple control mapping. Right, I see. So what they want me to do is go to Window, Rewired, or Window Package Manager, and then go to In Project, and then go to Rewired, which is somewhere. Okay, not there. Where is it? Extras control mapper. Set up. Where is? I want to import the examples. I think because this is not, I don't know if Rewired is available through the package manager. Therefore, I can't just like download the examples. So when I update Rewired, how did I do that? I don't know if I should have done that. I thought it would give me options to import certain things. Let me just make sure that literally nothing was added there. I think it wasn't. Hey Shipla, how's it going? Oh boy. I think I got it from the asset store. Let me see what happens if I log in. Yeah. What? Oh, there it is. Why did I not find it before? Okay. So there is a new version as of February 17th. What is the update? Windows standalone raw input. Fix possible crash from reading out of bounds memory from raw input events. I'll take that. Okay. In which case, now we can look at... usually they have packages when you import. there will be options. Here is what I was looking for. Okay. So here, control remapping, the examples is what I was looking for. So I don't want the examples. Hey, Tristan. Yep. So you can go to our Discord, which you can find on this page here. And then there's a feedback forum in the Discord. So you can post a new issue to the feedback forum. So all I want to do is uncheck all the examples except control remapping 1. That's all I want. I don't really need localization extras. Simple combined keyboard mouse remapping. I'll take that too. And I'll take that too. All right, let's import. That's what I was looking for before. I was like, how do I get to that import? Because it used to be that Unity packages there was no package manager 3 or 4 years ago. So before the package manager, you needed to go to that window. You'd literally drag a package, like file, basically a zip folder, into Unity from your downloads folder, and then it would show you that little dialogue for what it was going to import. Okay. How has working with a team been? Good. Honestly, just to like give that question a proper answer, working with the team has been what I feel like is a necessary step forward towards making the game's production be what it needs to be. I realized like in 2022 that the game that I was making probably wasn't a solo game. It just isn't shaped like one. And I'd have to make it a lot smaller to make it a solo game, which I wish looking back on it, it would have been probably, if the game had been able to squeeze into a solo shaped size, then it would have been better for me to have taken that kind of project on. But this project can't fit in that size because of just how demanding the animation production is, and making like other production values match the animation, like the music and the sound effects. So at a certain point I realized like I need a team, and having a team has been challenging because it means that I'm in charge of production. I'm a producer as well as a director. I have to direct people, I have to give them work, I have to pay them. And that turns the game into a business, which is very hard to run without like full funding, but it is a growth period for me. It means I'm learning a lot of new skills, and I'm kind of becoming a more confident director and taking on risk in more, diverse and more interesting ways. So we'll see. We'll see if it pays off, but it's challenging, but as long as it works, I'm okay. So simple, I think it's like keyboard remapping. Simple combined keyboard mouse remapping. Let's have a look. Oh, thank you, Hex. Thank you so much. Let's have a look. So, keyboard and mouse. Walk. Forward. W. S. A. D. Okay. Jump, space. Fire, left control, sure. Left mouse button, right mouse button. Yep. Duck. Whatever. Sure. I mean, that is fine. There's an input manager. There is an event system. There's a main camera. There's a canvas. And then there's the script. Hey, Eyes. Thank you so much for the sub. Tristan, I would say, like, it doesn't take away the passion. What it's done to me is it's created a feeling of, like, I feel like I had a certain level of elasticity in my day-to-day, approach to the game. And I've spent a long time being stretched now, the last 2 years, by trying to keep the project up and running and keep it funded and, momentum, all that stuff. And the elasticity feels like it's tired. It feels like I'm getting really stretched. There's still passion. I still love what I'm making. I think the game's going to be fantastic if we can achieve what we're aiming for. And I have no reason to believe that we aren't going to achieve what we're aiming for. It's actually, everything's coming along exactly how I want it to. It's just, it's such a massive project for me that just getting to the point where everything is ready. Like, anytime I'm trying to do something, there's this aspect of like, oh, this isn't ready yet because I need to do this. Oh, this isn't ready yet because I need to do that. Oh, I can't do this yet because that aspect of like, well, I can't move forward until everything steps up, whether it's like trailer related stuff or marketing, merchandise, funding, teamwork, team production, like everything constantly is being held back by some other aspect. And it's not like a lot of work's getting done. It's just that, like, I'm not in a position where I can capitalize, I can't evangelize, I can't market certain aspects of it. So the business side, that the fuel that the team needs to keep going, that's just not there yet until certain criteria gets met. And so I'm in the point now where I'm just like fighting to meet all that criteria so that I can get things moving, and in the meantime, there's the social media side that I've had for a long time, and the rest of it, it's just a struggle. It's just a struggle. And it's a struggle that I'm doing in a time that's very uncertain. All the AI stuff and the world right now, there's so much uncertainty that, like, I don't have any less passion. I just feel stress, So, rewired, demos, add component menu, nothing, simple combined keyboard. Why? What is that? So weird. Okay. So where does this, my concern is that this isn't actually going to be an actual remapping. Controller map. Search the keyboard map first, then the mouse map. Controller type equals J is 0, controller type keyboard, or controller type mouse. Oh, thanks, Tristan. Man, on the YouTube video front, I so badly want to make new videos, desperately. And I've found that there's something that it's so infuriating to me. There was a time when I was just doing pixel art tutorials and all I needed to do was draw onto the screen what I was describing. And for a long time that was like fine. But over the last, say, 4 years, I've found that, like, more and more I want to describe concepts that require me to draw something and animate it to explain, like, I have so much valuable stuff that I've learned, but I can't express it to anyone in a way that's valuable or interesting unless I have, like, moving diagrams. That's kind of just what I need. And there's a brand aspect to it as well. Like, I want for my videos to have a feel to them that matches, that has a presentation style to it and that, is whatever. And I think people look for that too. People want, like, the thing that game development, I do have coding tutorials. I got 2 on my channel, most recent 2 videos. The thing that people are going to need more of as AI becomes more prevalent is not how to write the code, it's how to design the games, how to direct the code, how to architect the code. So channels like Brackies are going to become less and less useful to people who are just getting started, because I type this and this shows up on the screen, that's going to become less important for people to learn. It's more like, how to use the calculator as opposed to how to do the mathematics. And the how to use the calculator part, well, it goes broader than that. It's how to design a bridge, rather than just how to engineer the most basic, things. It's like, what is the right strategy to building this game? What is the right approach to designing this kind of system? And those concepts, I feel like I've learned so much in that area of like game architecture, engineering, or even just like design principles, just things that are more strategic. And I can't express those ideas in interesting ways without visuals. And I can't make that digestible unless I have some sort of like higher production quality. And I've been looking at how I'm going to do that. It's been years, honestly, of me like every Saturday I sit down, I go to a document and I say, I'm going to make a video about this. And then I go, I can't make this video interesting. And then I don't make the video. And what I've decided last week is that I'm going to start putting time into learning Blender, and I'm going to build my own like set of, I'm going to commit to being able to do visuals and animation inside of Blender. That's the approach. There was a moment where I was thinking about doing AI motion graphics, like draw thumbnails and then give them to an AI and say, turn this thumbnail into this, and then take that image and say, put that through an AI video generator and say, now make this do that. Here's a circle becoming a square. Make the circle look like a glass marble and make the glass marble turn into a wooden cube. Like visual analogies that just using AI to do them. And honestly, that would be the much more efficient way to do this if it's just about time. But I think instead, I want to commit to learning it myself, because the next project that I want to work on, I think, is going to be 3D. So getting used to Blender will put me in a position where I'm not starting from scratch next project. That's right. It's not about pixel art animations. It's about visual analogies. Yeah, exactly. So like there's a video I want to make about I'll give you the perfect example. Okay. There's a video that's really like, I would be so excited to make this video. And I don't even have a way of setting it up. Where is it? Yeah. So there's this concept that I spent like a month teaching myself how to build something. I designed it and built it myself based on reverse engineering, or like just like observing Breath of the Wild and how they do this specific thing. And what it is it's a scheduling system for the game. Okay, the scheduling system, I built all these diagrams to help myself understand what I was looking at. I'm like, okay, how are they doing? There's like a series of cutscenes or like sequences in Breath of the Wild where you're being given a tutorial inside of a cutscene that goes into the map. There's dialogue in between, and it sort of like has this nested aspect to it where you're not doing anything as the player except for pressing forward, pressing A, but you're being pushed through the game's systems in a way that is very well directed, very succinct, but uses very different mechanisms. Like there's a cutscene, and then the menu opens up, and then an icon is shown on the map, and then dialogue appears, and then a new item gets added to your inventory, and then it goes out, so that you're back to the game. And then it shows a little beacon in the bottom right HUD and shows you that you can use a Sheikah sensor to, it's like very elaborate, but very smooth and digestible. And I was like, I don't have this in my game, and I constantly run up against this problem where I'm trying to communicate to the player, and I need to communicate to them about systems in the game, and I want to show them those systems, but how do I do that in a way that is orchestrated without them being able to press buttons and screw it up? So I spent like a month building this thing. I have these visual analogies, right? Diagrams that I created, and I want to show them in a video. I want to express this to you, how this works. But I would want to animate this. I want to show you what I'm seeing in my brain and how that relates to the code, so that you can understand, this solves these problems. It's a question of communicating value, because I know that my experience and what I've learned is extremely valuable. Like for me, it's like the biggest lessons I've learned in the last 3 or 4 years, some of these videos that or some of these lessons that I want to make videos about. It's like, if someone had shown me a video about those things, it would have saved me like 2 years of screwing around. Not 2 years, but you know what I mean? A lot of time of like getting things wrong. And for junior game developers, building something the wrong way and then learning way later that you built it the wrong way is like such a common experience. So for me, it's like, I have to fight with the algorithm to be able to sell that like value that I know is there, but I need to be able to show you within 30 seconds of a video. I need you to be able to recognize what Adam is saying right now is so interesting and valuable, and it saved him so much time, and it's going to save me so much time to understand this aspect of game development. And that's value. That's real. That's like actual content. It's just I haven't got a way of like doing it right now. I haven't got like a workflow or a mechanism or a thing to like say, hey, build, if you have this problem, build this system, and it will change how you structure your game and allow you to do much more confident storytelling inside of your game. And not just storytelling, but just guiding the player. That's like one of maybe 6. I got like 6 of these systems that I've built that are like massive reframes into how I think about my game, that gives me like way more oversight over what I'm making and allows me to make better things. So what I've been struggling with is just like, yeah, how do I express that? What's like the right, like After Effects? Like, how do I convince myself to invest the time into being able to do visual communication to you inside of a video so that I can express these ideas that I've learned without them being like, I'm not going to make more than one video about these things. That's the thing. I don't want to make a video just using like a whiteboard and then it doesn't get many views, and then I make another one about the same content later. You know, there's only a lot of this stuff, unfortunately. What makes me interested in making YouTube content in the way that I used to is about sharing concepts. It's about helping people understand things that I've learned. And the unfortunate thing is those videos are, I mean, it's great. They're evergreen, right? The best videos I've got are videos where I'm breaking down or analyzing something, and I only need to make one video about that thing and that gets 1 million views or whatever. It's just that I've covered the low-hanging fruit and I don't want to rehash it. And so for me to give you something that's also evergreen, that's valuable, that I don't need to rehash, it's just going to be a much longer style video, or much more, it's going to need to compete a lot better with TikTok, you know, and Instagram. And I want to make those videos. I really want to. I just can't. I don't have like a budget for an editor. I don't have like a, I don't know, like I don't have a means to do that unless I research. Hey, Nan Codes. Nahan? Nhan Codes? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. We were just discussing game systems and tutorial videos that I could make about certain game systems that I have implemented in my game that I think are really valuable, but are really hard to communicate about without very sophisticated like YouTube motion graphics. Oh, naan. Gotcha. Like naan bread. Okay. Can you show clips from these games that you've learned from and talk about that? I can, but without the diagram, it's not really obvious. So I don't, to answer SWAT Kid's question, I don't have a release date for Insignia. The project is going really well. We're working on it today. I'm just doing some rebinding for, I'm supporting rebinding for keys. So this is the game. You play as this character. His name's Armin. And he is the son of a blacksmith. And let me go to this scene here. So it's an action adventure title. You play as this character. He, on this first chapter, is kind of on his way to pick up a journal that his father would have left for him to teach him about blacksmithing. And in this world, magic is pretty much lost to the world. No one really believes in it anymore. And it's just, you know, this like post-war kind of like colonial era world. And so the main character, Armin, he doesn't even really want to be a blacksmith because there's not really any value in making swords or these kinds of things anymore. But soon there becomes a very good reason to make swords. So Armin, the main character, is kind of like sent across the country, kind of looking for answers to the disappearance of his father and, you know, building kind of like the ultimate weapon along the way. So yeah, it's a game that I started on my own. It started as a solo project. We now have a team behind it, and we are building the second chapter of 5. So this is the first chapter. Second chapter's in production right now. I've got a Steam demo that you can play test of chapter 1, which is playable. And this week I've just been working on some like sort of refined combat mechanics, particularly it's like this very Sekiro style guarding system that I've added. So now you can like hold the sword out, and if you just hold it, you sort of have this like clonk, kind of like you have like it's like a bad guard. But then there's directional parries as well. And the directional parries build up this like stagger meter. So the game's magic system depends on these parries to steal abilities from enemies. So basically, like this hedgehog has this fire charge. If I backstep while it's charging forward at me, I get to use that backstep. And if I kill the hedgehog, I get to keep it for the rest of the level. And so you have to learn how to parry, or at least defeat the enemies, so that you can combine their abilities and use them in platforming and that kind of thing. But other enemies, stronger ones that don't have abilities, you need to still kind of parry against them in order to like break their defenses and open up big combos and stuff. So I'm really happy with the action system. Right now it feels really good. And these changes that I made in the last week to have this like defensive like guarding and like opening up the pressure bar, it's made the game much more like swashbuckling. And so there are enemies later on, deeper enemies, that have like, you know, ability combos, and you have to parry every hit in the combo, kind of like almost like Dance Dance Revolution. You know, it's like you know, up and then like down and then down, and then like this guy, we're working on giving him the combo. He doesn't have it yet, but you can see here his like pressure bar is going up, and then we get the parry, and then we get to do what we want. Although he was invincible there while he was on the ground. So yeah, it's kind of like more, yeah, like more active combat. But still in prototyping, still working it out. Hey Ian, thank you so much for the sub. Just trying to get more diversity into the game. So we had like a lot of these sort of default enemies that would just give you one ability by attacking them, and now I'm trying to do like more diverse body types. So this is like this guy who has like these big attacks. I also recently added the ability for enemies to do damage to other enemies and like fight each other. These ones are allies, so that's not a big problem. Oof. Oof. Okay, that didn't work. Alrighty, so that's the project. That's what we're working on at the moment. But today specifically, we're looking on keyboard remapping. So in the demo right now, the remapping is not, it's kind of an old system that I built, and I'm trying to use the rewired system. And I'm trying to figure out how they do their serialization. So this is the rebinding script. Let's have a read of the description. It's a very basic example of control remapping using the input mapper class to combine keyboard and mouse bindings to a single column. This is not how rewired is intended to work. Then why are you showing it to me? But because some developers want to present it this way, this example has been provided. Okay. This example only supports one player, one mapping per action, and only supports keyboard and mouse input. This example is exclusively meant to illustrate how to use multiple input mappers to poll for input on multiple input devices simultaneously. It also illustrates how to handle replacement assignments across controller types and controller maps. No UI windows are used, and conflict checking is handled automatically by input mapper. To keep this example small and focused. Sure. So my problem is about serialization. It's about saving. And I guess, do you know what I think? I think for each action in actions category, create UI row, that's fine. On input field clicked, yeah, keyboard.map. Keyboard map is controller map. Okay, so this controller map is the object that we're rebinding to and from. But my concern is how it saves them. That's what I care about. Action element map to replace. The action element map to be replaced. This action element map must exist in the controller map being passed in, or you'll get an error. So I'm not sure I can follow this right now. Begin listening for input, but you use a coroutine, so it starts only after, yeah, that's fine. On input field clicked. Start listening delayed. On input mapped. Hey, Shuddy Radio, welcome. You did it through XML. Is there, Shuddy Radio, do you remember, is there like a default way of serializing them that Rewired wants you to use? Is there like a preset, predetermined, like, hey, the ideal way is to have like a keyboard map or a gamepad map that you create at editor time, and then you write over it at runtime. And it's just part of the rewired object? Or are you expected to make your own serialized thing and then create a keyboard map at runtime out of your own serialized data? You can export the whole action map to an XML file and save it. Right, okay. So that XML exporting is what I'm looking to do. I imagine then that you just work with the keyboard map file, or like not file, but object at runtime in the code, and then you're just importing and exporting to and from XML. You're not creating your own data type to store any of that stuff. So, right. So how do I learn about that? User data store player prefs, which saves XML data in the registry. Because I want JSON. That would be my preference. Mappings can be exported to Yeah, show me that. What is this? What is this page that I'm on? The control mapper. Yeah. I can't get over how like the guy who made this presumed to make his own UI for mapping everything and then insisted that everyone uses exactly the thing that he built. It's like, what if I don't want mine to do this? What if this isn't like, I mean, it's great. I love that it's so full featured, but I don't want to use it. I wanted to use my one. And then like provides no documentation for how to do that. He's just like, nah, use mine or figure it out on your own. It's like, wouldn't it have been better to just build an API properly for everyone else to build it the way they want to? Control mapper can be installed during yep. So do I have control mapper installed? I have no idea. But so Shaddy Radio, do you have to install control mapper in order to do it? Looks like it's there, or maybe it's not. I can't even tell. I guess I'll just install it even if it's already installed. It seems like I have to have it anyway. Hey, Saravati, welcome. The control mapper is a prefab that you drag into your scene and use. The prefab includes the canvas, It's highly recommended that you create a unique menu-only actions for these UI controls as a separate controller map from your in-game actions. Yes, that's what I already did. I really don't want to use this thing, but whatever. How big is the files? Is the like difference in these files? It's 500 things. Easier than you expected. Okay. Well, I kind of don't want to use any of this stuff. I'm just going to keep this and this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Object. Those can go. That can go. Scripts. That can stay. Everything else can go. Sorry, bud. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. I'm just trying to figure out where the function is that lets me say export to XML or whatever. Stepping loading user data. This is what I want. User data store. Control mapper will save data. Important. Saved XML data is not updated when you make changes to the rewired input manager. Double important. When doing testing, if you open and close the control mapper screen or unplug a joystick while the control mapper screen is open, you are causing it to save XML data in the registry even if you didn't change any mappings or settings. The next time you start the game, provided the rewired input manager with user data store player prefs component is present in the scene, it will load that saved XML data from the registry, not the default settings stored in the rewired input manager. While doing testing, you will most likely want to clear this saved data so that the default settings in the rewired input manager are loaded instead of the saved data. This can be done by clearing player prefs by opening the debug options folder in the rewired input manager inspector. If you are confused by your input configuration not matching what you defined in the rewired input manager, or you are seeing different behaviors in the Unity editor versus game build, you're most likely loading XML data that you are unaware that you saved. Oh my goodness. So controller map. Hang on a second. XML. From XML. From JSON. That's what I want. That's what I want. From JSON and to JSON string. That's what I want. So, controller template map. So they did add this in 1.118. I don't know what date that is, but it's not that long ago. So I don't know. I don't really know what user data store is. User data store implementation. I don't know if I need to use this per se, but to JSON string data store.cell. So controller map in this case is just a controller map. So wait a second, to JSON string is something that controller map has access to. So if I go keyboard map is a controller map. Oh, well that makes it way easier, because then in my game I can just say like menu controller, no, I say keyboard map, and I literally say keyboard map dot to JSON string. That's literally all I have to do. And then I serialize that to JSON. So that's pretty straightforward. So then on my input system, do you ever feel the temptation to vibe code things like this? Things like this, yeah, I do. But the thing is, I just don't trust, like, I'm so deep into this game that vibe coding anything creates such a risk for me that that it will tamper with something that I feel like there's really just like two things that you can do as a programmer today. You can either fully vibe code and just trust that it can solve every problem that it creates, or you can maintain a working knowledge of the code base. And for me, I have such a good working knowledge of this code base that I'm terrified of the idea of just letting an agent loose on it. I don't want, more and more of my code base in control, like being controlled by something else, and it's fine if there's like a person, because I can make a good, what's the word? I have faith that if I hire somebody who's an engineer, that they won't just go rogue and just start adding random stuff. But I don't have faith that an agent won't do that. If it's like very limited to one file, maybe. Like this, I probably could have vibe coded, but I just don't. I don't know. Maybe it's a me thing. Does Unity 6.8 with modern .NET 10 going to be useful? Unity, once it does have that stuff, I mean, it is useful, sure. Unity's already useful, but I think the changes are going to be pretty interesting. Actually, did you see today they announced global illumination? Like real time, runtime. Yeah. This was like today. I'm sure I saw this. Check this out. Pretty cool. That's with the game running. Yeah, no more Enlighten. Not that I use any of that because I'm obviously making a pixel art game, but still pretty cool. Yeah, Mr. A2D2, I hope so. I've always felt, so like I've twice now been, in a jam scenario where we vibe coded the whole thing. I was there with Prime and TJ both times last year when we were vibe coding Towers of Mordoria. And I want to be clear, we had like the top tier Claude access at the time. We had like unlimited access to as much, compute as whatever as we wanted. Now I know it's changed rapidly. I know it's still changing and it's getting better and better all the time. But the sentiment of watching that project go from, wow, look how fast we can do this, to suddenly, oh my God, we can't do anything. It was like exponential how quickly the code just got out of hand, and the team either resorted to coding stuff themselves. Like TJ went back to just hard hand rolling his own animation system for the game and doing like the deck of cards, the hand coming in and out. He just learned how to do that himself and just built it himself, and it took like a day, but at least he knew what it was doing and how to fix it, as opposed to spending a day just like prompting and reprompting something, you know, he was never going to get there. And the level editor that we made was it was fully vibe coded, and it was broken, and it was impossible to use. Like, you can make stuff, but so quickly, relying on the stuff that you made to be good and flawless so that you can build stuff on top of that stuff. The level of diligence that you need in order to do that and have that work, I fear the bigger the project, the more like idiosyncratic the code base is, the more specific it needs to be, the more you just can't rely on code. Oh, TJ's a genius. He's so good. But like, for all intents and purposes, we just threw it out. Like, we just wrote. You could watch back the streams, and you can see at the beginning how much vibe coding we were doing, and by the end, how much hand coding we were doing. Not to say that there wasn't vibe coding being done, but I can't understand. Like, it's like you just outsource the whole game to some other studio. That's what it feels like. And how do you direct that studio sufficiently? How do you communicate your vision so that you get what you actually expect without just getting something generic? That's what I don't understand. Yeah. My gut sense is that it's like, it just doesn't, categorically, it just doesn't work to try to 10x yourself. Like, that's my sense. But I see, like, the big one for me was Jack Dorsey firing like half of his staff for his new company. Like, to me, it's like, I think of him as being pretty smart, you know, like all of these kind of like big tech founders making such huge bets. It's like, well, maybe either they know something that I don't and they've gotten it to work, or everyone's just gambling. And to me, like, intuitively, it's so hard for a human to make something as complex as a video game, like a good video game. And the things that AI is bad at, that like deep context across time, is like the actual Achilles heel. It's like the worst thing that AI, the thing that AI is worst at is that deep context over time on idiosyncratic things. Now, of course, I chat with it all the time, and it's good. It's good for when I'm asking it about libraries that I don't know about, right? It's good for asking for general practice approaches to things. You know, how should I do something like this? Oh, you should try it like this. But telling it to just build systems wholesale has just never, you know, I just never get what I'm looking for. And maybe this is like a threshold moment, you know, like I'm all for, I'm not going to sit here and say to you, it'll never be able to do this. Because like the minute that it does do it, I have to eat my hat, you know. But so far, at least, it's, I don't know. It almost feels like the best defense that I can make, if I was to try to steel man the human aspect of it, is the direction thing I was mentioning before. Like I have a cousin who's like a crypto bro, and before that, well, he's also a poker player, like a professional poker player. He's very, very resourceful as a person, very enterprising, and he's made a lot of money on his own, like very wealthy. He's not that much older than me. He's just like a freak. He just applies himself to something and is like insane at it. And a few times he's tried to build games he can't develop. He's not a coder, but he's tried to build companies that make games with, trying to make blockchain related games and, like stuff to do with trading cards. And he's into trading cards as well. And he's never been able to do it successfully because every time he builds one of these companies, he hires like the cheapest developers that he can afford. Not cheapest, but like, he hires competitively priced developers, and he's not a game director. So how does he communicate to them what he wants to make in a way that where the end result's going to be good? They're developers, they're not game developers. He's a director, he's not a game director. So everyone knows how to competently physically do the stuff, right? The thing gets built, but it's not good. So like, what's the magic missing thing? This is my like gut sense with the AI stuff. It's like, yeah, sure, everybody can prompt a computer to make something, but like the ability for that thing to come out good, my sense is that requires like so much vision ahead of time and throughout the whole process that you just can't remove the designer or the developer from that equation. You can't just eliminate humans from that process. That might be copium. I don't know. It's just what I've seen, so far. Like I've never seen like, and it's not the kind of thing like, it's not the kind of thing where it's like the video generation. It's not stable diffusion where you can just like get better and better and better and better incrementally until it's perfect. Because I still haven't seen any of that stable diffusion stuff. Like having something look competently shot or made is not the same as competent storytelling. I haven't seen. And again, maybe it's economies of scale. It could just be, thresholds, logarithmic, just keep, it'll take longer, sure, but eventually it'll get there and you won't notice until it does. And then when it does, everyone's out of the job. Maybe. I don't know, but it's a big gamble. It's so expensive. Yeah, but even if you look at, say, I suppose this would be the question, right? Let's take the Lord of the Rings. Take the whole trilogy of the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit and compare them side by side. And think about how much the difference of pre-production made in those two series. Pre-production is everything in Lord of the Rings. It's why it's so amazing. It's the models, it's the concept art, there's so much depth and intent invested by like hundreds of people to make that world as rich as it is. And you can see that intent in all of the details. You can see the consistency. You can see the verisimilitude, right? In like, oh, the elves use this fabric in their cloaks and they have these kinds of sigils embroidered in, and the men who are from Minas Tirith have armor that has this kind of finish on it, and the helmets are this shape, and you have these kind of like very well thought out things throughout the whole process. Then you look at The Hobbit and you learn about its production background and how it was so rushed, and you can feel the lack of specificity in the outcome. So my concern is, how do you, through prompting, ensure that, let's just say let's say AI can give you whatever you want. Let's say you give it the art references, you generate all of the stuff, you really perfectly architect the design space of the film's lore, its magic system, its cultures, the designs that come through the cultures in how they do their costumes and the languages that they speak, and you do all of that. You do the world building through the perfect balancing act of prompting. You start with the lore script, and then you let it build a bunch of concept art, and you basically replace all the human effort. Does that get you Lord of the Rings? I don't know. That's my concern. And do people who will be in charge of, these future worlds that we create, the best, like the next J.R.R. Tolkien who comes out, will he be vibe coding his Wikipedia for his, will the database of all of the lore be stored in Gemini? Will it just be that person has a great vision and knows how to use the AI to build the back catalog of production design and concept art, and I mean, maybe it seems, I had a thought that I could probably write a book that way. I could easily pen a little world together. I wrote a chapter and a half, not with any vibe code. I wrote it myself. I didn't prompt anything. I just wrote a chapter and a half of book. And I was like, I could probably get an AI to write the rest of it. You know what I mean? If I just guided them on where I was headed. I just don't, I give it the story synopsis. It proposes aspects. I give it the chapter breakdowns of each chapter. I inject the lore into parts of it, make sure that it understands certain character bios that I've written about the different characters. We discuss the script, we discuss how we would change certain things, or we edit it together. For books, you could do that today. For movies, I think you probably still could do it. For games, the difference with games is, let me tell you the difference. The context in a game is so complex. There's so little that is digestible from. You could take all of the code from every game and feed it through an LLM, and I'm not sure that you can distill the fun in it. I don't think it understands maybe it does. Maybe it does. I saw somebody make GTA. Did you see this? GTA 6 vibe code prompt. This guy. He's
no mistakes. I will not be including any assets whatsoever.
Make
so you need to
GTA
generate
6.
any music, sound effects, or images yourself. After you're complete with the task, serve it up on my local computer so that I can actually play the game, okay? So now we wait. It says, I can't deliver Rockstar's actual GTA 6, but I can turn this workspace into a self-contained, playable, original GTA-style prototype. Okay, so now we're just gonna chill and wait for the game to be made. I'll be working from my other laptop.
It's a lot of stuff happening.
It's done. I built an original, playable, GTA-style browser prototype, Neon Run.
So look at what it makes, right? It somehow understands that it can make top-down GTA. I mean, like GTA up until 3 was top-down. It understands moving through the streets. It has guns, right? You can shoot. It has, let me see. It has a siren. You can get stars.
This is crazy. Oh, that's too loud. That's too loud. Oh my God. There's cash. I'm wanted instantly. What? Yeah, I probably shouldn't have shot police officers immediately. All right, let's get some. I'm getting some cash. All right.
It understands particle systems.
Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Enter or exit vehicle. I stole a vehicle. What?
Driving mechanics.
Oh my God. I'm driving this car right now. I'm hitting people.
And there are cars riding
crazy.
around. So like, okay. That's pretty scary. That's pretty scary because that's a game. I don't know if it's a good game. I don't know if it would hold my attention for more than a minute. But like that is superficially what GTA is. It understood the core principles of that project. You know, it understood shooting, like the abstract concepts of you can get stars, you run away from the cops, you can shoot police, then more police cars spawn and chase you. If it can understand all of that just from LLM crunch context, like, is that just because it is GTA, do you think? Like, is that because he asked for GTA and there have been hundreds of like student GTA projects, and so like the context for what GTA needs to be is baked into the LLM? So if we asked it for something more original, would it be worse at that? I don't know. Maybe the concepts would be less coherent the further you went into novel territory. And then the question is, and I think about this a lot, have we got enough games for the rest of time? Like, is the design space and movies, if you just took every movie that's ever been made and you crunch it down into an LLM, and every movie from now on is just made by by Stable Diffusion, is there enough for humankind to not get bored within the space that's been defined by all the movies that have been made so far? Have we covered all of this semantic, logical, storytelling space? And sometimes I wonder, like, we're pretty derailed right now. We'll get back to the development in a second. But like, sometimes I wonder, maybe like even without AI, we're already there. Like, do we need more than one Lord of the Rings? Like, does there need to be every 50 years a new Lord of the Rings equivalent? Or is Lord of the Rings the only Lord of the Rings that we'll ever need? It's like religion in a way, you know, like, I don't know. Like, what is it that we need? Why does diversity in media matter? Not diversity, like novelty, or like is there really a temporal aspect of those stories that where it matters when it was created? Because at a certain point, yeah, like we reboot movies, but like, do we even Like at a certain point, just go watch the original, uh, you know, Top Gun. Don't watch the new Top Gun. Just watch the original Top Gun. You know, don't watch the new Harry Potter TV series. Just watch Harry Potter. It's right there. You know, there was a time when like stories would fade away, fashion would fade away, languages would fade away, stories would fade away, and they'd be reinvented for a new audience that didn't have any concept of the old stuff. But because language is sort of slowing down in a way, like we still have, there's so much media and we're storing it all in perfect preservation that like, is there enough music already? If we just cycled through all of the last 100 years of music every 100 years, and you just you just play the Beatles on the radio today, and then the next generation, 10 years from now, you start playing the Bee Gees and ABBA, and then 10 years from then you start playing Michael Jackson and, you know, whatever. Could you just do that forever? You know? Yeah. Like, there's probably enough for one lifetime. So then if there's enough for one lifetime, every human's lifetimes are covered forever. You know? I don't know. I mean, fashion's like that, right? Like, I don't understand. I I guess, well, another thing is like, what is the relevance of this stuff at this point? We look at it in consumption terms. You know, we look at it as, well, these things are worth money if they're made because people will pay money to watch them. And so, no, it's important that they exist so that the entertainment industry can exist. But what is the point of culture if you take away the economic incentives? Is it just like currency? Is it just knowing that something is new? I don't know. I don't know if that's enough. Like, I just want new Lord of the Rings because new. Maybe. Maybe that's enough. I just don't know. This is not chill. It is not chill. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just think it's weird to think about culture like it's technology. And even technology is not technology anymore. Like the idea that things get better and better over time is just like, I feel like it's not happening anymore. Like phones, you know, like I hear a lot about like Gen Z and Gen Alpha looking at old phones and going, oh, I want those. Like when phones were like weird. Because at a certain point, technology is more about personal expression than having more RAM. At least not technology, but like a phone is a device that you carry around. It's part of who you are. Why does that thing have to be? When does the appeal of power start losing out to the appeal of original or different or just flavor, you know, of just being something else? Like, oh, my phone has a thing that flips, you know. Is that just going to become more appealing? Certainly, like, it's not more appealing to just have a better, you know, an extra megapixel every year. And I think we start I think as humans, where have you seen that thing about polygon density? Like you take this, right? You take this and you go, okay, if this is PS1 and this is PS2 and this is PS3 and this is PS4 and this is PS5, the jump feels smaller, even though the jump is literally a factor of an order of magnitude every time. Like there's an extra 0 being added every single time, but the effect of the extra 0 is going down every time. So like, even though this thing is going like this, what it means to us is going like this. It's like becoming asymptotal. Like we're not even, you're getting less, even though you're getting more. So like for me, you tell me about PlayStation 6 and I'm going to say, I don't know, PlayStation 5 looks good, right? Like people are still playing PS4. So like what are you going to sell me on PS6 or PS7 that I'm not already getting on PS5? We're playing Resident Evil at the moment and it's like, it's great. It's great. It looks as photorealistic as it needs to be scary and for me to suspend my disbelief and to enjoy the game as if it was real life. If you made the rendering better, I wouldn't appreciate the game more. So even if the game loaded instantly, you know what I mean? I just don't know if you could have 1 million zombies, that wouldn't make me 1 million times more scared. It's just like that more compute, more processing is not, it doesn't equal better or more valuable. I agree. I mean, I agree. If you look at the difference between games on PlayStation 3 and games today, the biggest difference is in design or like production fidelity. Like the productions are getting better. Like some of the Uncharted games, look at like Naughty Dog's games 10 years ago. I don't understand why the remake of The Last of Us exists. Do you know what I mean? Like they've remade that game, what, twice now? You could play it on PS3 and it's good. You know, like it's not, you're not going to get a different experience that's better. It's not like, oh, you played it on PS3, you gotta play it on PS5. Because it's just this, it's the same game. It plays the same way. So, you know what I mean? And if that's like a 10-year-old, 13-year-old now game or whatever it is, that's not going to become more the case 10 years from now. That's going to become less the case. Like playing the Resident Evil 9 remake 10 years from now. What's that game going to... when they remake Resident Evil 9, what will they do? But it's not about tightness. Even the concept of tighter gameplay is like, Resident Evil 9 is not a tight game. It's a sloppy game on purpose because the sloppiness of it is what makes it tense, right? Like the fact that the aiming is difficult and the character controller is bulky and janky, that's the game. That's their whole brand. It's just like what is name one aspect of fidelity that is valuable, that would fundamentally change the way that we design games that we're lacking in right now. Talk about haptic feedback. Okay, what? Will I enjoy Resident Evil more if I feel blood getting splattered on my face? Probably not. I think I don't want that. I think I want there to be a layer between me and the game. I mean, maybe in VR it would be more interesting, but the point is that Grace is not me, so I can't run faster. You know, like the game is designed for you to run at a certain speed. So at a certain point, there has to be a separation between like reality and like what the game rules are. But I just don't see what it is that I would be getting if you sold me something that had so much more power. You know, like how much more photoreal do you need than that? And I'm not saying it's photoreal. I can tell it's a digital image, but like, how much more do you need? You know, how much more? Is it really going to feel that much different if the lighting is a little bit better? If the subsurface scattering on the hair was just like, if each hair was rendered individually instead of cards of hair? Or if, like, we're not trying to simulate reality, are we? Like, if I'm walking through this area and the plants crush under my foot, so what? No, I don't think we are. Like, I don't care about all that stuff. The simulation aspects of Resident Evil 9 have no bearing on its fun. It's not more fun. In fact, it's blatantly not. It's like specifically not more realistic. There are aspects about like how many bullets it takes to kill a zombie in Resident Evil 9 that are unashamedly dice rolls. The game will auto-generate. It will just say, oh, this zombie takes 5 headshots to kill. Oh, this one takes 3 at random. And it's not about, oh, you hit it in the optic nerve and that. No, it's not trying to simulate like the impact of your bullet. It's just saying you have 8 bullets left. It is more interesting if this zombie took half of your remaining bullets, because that's more exciting. It's more dramatic if you have to choose between wasting your last bullets on this zombie or running away from it. That's the gameplay narrative interest. The fact that it feels more real or is better simulated is not, it's not even a factor in game design. It doesn't even apply. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is a new game. People like it. They're enjoying it. There are dozens of things that it could be doing more realistically or more that require more processing power. None of those things have any bearing on what the game is right now. And no one's feeling like they miss them either. No one's saying, oh, if only I could feel the warmth of the lighter on my hand, you know? No one's saying that, because that's not what the game is. That's just like an extra thing. And I'm not saying simulation games can't exist. You could say Red Dead is realistic and that's great, but is it the main pull? I want you to challenge that. Is it the main pull? Is the main reason why people play Red Dead Redemption literally the fact that there's a horse and there's horse balls? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's not the reason. I don't think so. Do you know what I think? I think like that stuff you're describing, I think you feel that for about 5 minutes. I think you getting into the world and seeing how realistic it is, you appreciate that for about literally 5 minutes, and then the rest of the game you're caring about the story, the characters, the weapons you're getting, or whatever, the mechanics. The visuals disappear immediately because, like, what are they going to do? The snow falls and you go, oh, it's snowing, but you're not going to. Sometimes, you know, if the image that's being rendered is beautiful, you can appreciate the art direction. You can say, wow, look at the way that the sun is setting over the skyline as the snow falls. That's fine. But you could do that like without photorealism. Yeah, but like, I guess what I'm saying is like more detail doesn't make something better composed. You can see that in I guess a world that's more fully realized. You could say you appreciate that, but I actually think that storytelling, if the point of it is your experience, I think that narratives sometimes require an upper limit in order to be told properly. There needs to be things that you aren't thinking about. This is the reason why books are better written than movies, which are better written than games. Because like a book is so abstract that you fill the world in your mind. You don't have to look at the things. You can't criticize the way that a building is constructed. Your imagination just fills it in. The Harry Potter books were the best, you know, children's novels. They were incredibly popular without pictures, you know. And so when you add fidelity, you actually just add responsibility. When you send fidelity all the way to the top, now you have to meet that definition constantly. So it just becomes like an extra thing, but it doesn't actually. I don't think that fidelity in and of itself has like, it doesn't correlate to quality. See you, Saltburst. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I think more often than not, consistent style and visual quality are more important than noticeable. Now, who actually inspects the graphics over playing the game and enjoying it for what it is will just depend on the person. I suppose so. I just think, like, for me, I suppose I am, in the last, I don't know how many years, I've started to notice where my attention is when I'm playing a game. I've played every game. Not every game. I've played a lot of games across different genres, across different generations. And the simple reality is I prefer Age of Empires 2 over Age of Empires 4. And the things that make Age of Empires 4 more real over Age of Empires 2 make the game worse. It's just, Age of Empires 2 is such a better game. And it's better in the way that makes it closer to something like chess. And chess is a game that's still played by millions of people. And chess is just icons on a board. So like, what makes a game good, it feels like, to me, I'm most interested in how the game's rules interact and the kinds of dynamics and mechanics that come out of the interplay between those rules and the choices that I have to make inside of that space and the stories that can be told within that space. That's what I care about. And so whether it's a pixel art game or a 3D rendered photoreal game, at a certain point, I don't really care about what it looks like or how efficiently it was written or whether the puddles reflect the clouds. Like, it just isn't it's great if visceral is necessary to make the experience real. And in horror games, yeah, maybe a little more visceral makes it a little more effective. But even that, the sensory aspects of tension, the more experience you have with games, the more that is actually, again, down to storytelling. Like, I'm not scared of the zombies because the zombies are dead people. I'm scared of the zombies because the game state is dependent on me being able to navigate through the space, and I have so few bullets that the costs associated with missing my shots affect my game, affect my ability to play the game. That's what's scary. It's not, like, I've seen that 1,000 times. I've killed hundreds of thousands of zombies in my gaming career. So, like, it doesn't have the same effect to just say you're in a dark room and there's a zombie. It's more about the stakes, which come down to the game design and the storytelling. Yeah. And I loved Resident Evil. It's just crazy to me, like, how, I want to say, like, how much that game could have been made on PS3. That's what's crazy. Like, I played the Resident Evil 2 remake a few years ago, and Resident Evil 9 plays just like it to me. They basically could have been made as sequels to each other. And knowing that Resident Evil 2 was made in like 1998 or whatever, of course it's a different game. The remake is very different. The camera is different. The movement's different. It's all different. But I'm sure that the tension would feel very similar. And I think by PS2, you probably could have made Resident Evil 2 experientially the same as what it is today. I think you could have made modern day Resident Evil 2, the remake, on PS2 and probably had something that was as affecting as that game is. Only 3 years after the first game came out. Have you guys heard this concept of games but no games? You get unlimited games, but there's no games. Have you ever heard about that? That's what I feel. I feel that. All right, I'm actually going to take a break. And then we're just going to do dev straight after this. I had a lot of fun playing Fire Emblem Awakening on the 3DS. Eric, I thought that was a great game. Love that game. I don't need it to be on a in 4K on my TV. One of my favorite games of all time, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Amazing game. 320 pixels by 150 or whatever. Nothing. Just amazing game. Great story. Changed how I think about the world. So, yeah. Well, you could Dark Souls on PS3. And you could probably emulate Dark Souls today on a phone. So, You could play Dark Souls 3 on an AIM Thor. So maybe. I'm just saying, like, whatever, wherever we are right now, I just don't. Maybe games will change. I just want good games. You know, I just want them to be good. I don't care how high fidelity they are. I haven't actually played Crash Bandicoot 4. Is it good? I don't know. But I tell you what, I mean, you look at the remakes for like Spyro, they are the same games as the PS1 games. Like really, I had the same amount of fun in 1995 or 1996, whenever this game came out, as I did in 2019 when I played it. It's the same game. They look better, sure, but like it's the same. It's fun. This is great. I love looking at this and going, wow, look how pretty it looks. This is just like I remembered it. It's amazing, but it's still the same game. Like I'd still run around. I still press square to charge. I still press circle to shoot fire. You know, I'm still doing all the things in the same, with the same inputs on the same controller in the same order. I'm playing it exactly the same way. Yeah. Does she look like Lola Rabbit now, which makes her look way better than this? Sure. Does that make the game a better game? It's not in my memories, not afterwards, you know? After I finish playing, I go, oh yeah, the fawn lady. She's the one who, she and Hunter like each other. You know, I don't like, I'm not going to go back and remember it better or feel better about how I remembered it just because they gave Sheila hair and a jacket, a khaki shirt, you know? Like, yes, it's better, 100%. Of course it's better. But it's not a better game. It's the same game. It just looks better. And that's good. That's fine. I don't want it to change because it was a good game already. That's my point, is that like, if your game has like a D-pad and analog sticks and face buttons and R1, R2 buttons, you could basically have made that game in 2002 all the way up till today. And that's basically, you could, all the inputs are the same. We're playing games the exact same way as we were 20 plus years ago. And that doesn't seem to be a problem because a lot of those games are better than the games that are coming out today. Or at least when they remake those games, they're just as fun, if not more enjoyable than competing games with a visual tune-up, you know? So, I don't know. So, I'm going to take a break because this was a massive digression. When I come back, we're going to actually do this, okay? We're going to stop this conversation when I come back. You can continue to chat about it while I'm gone, but I'm pretty much over it. So thanks everybody. I'm taking a quick break, 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back to the chill game dev stream. We're doing some chill game dev right now. Thank you, everybody. And here we are. We're trying to remap these keybinds. Pretty excited about that. We just learned that we can send our keyboard map to a JSON string, which means we'll be able to serialize it very easily. Okay. What's great about this is that we actually have a class called input that has a toJSON thing right here. Now, I created this serializable thing called input binding that I think we're going to reconfigure right now. So instead of saving a serializable dictionary, we're going to remove that altogether. We're going to have a public keyboard map. What are the pains with the current input bindings? The current input bindings have some major limitations. And I can talk about them really quickly, just so that everyone has a bit of context. So, at present, the way that the game is set up is that these in-game actions, there's also two more. There's like select and start. The game's input processing currently is built on the back of a controller mapping. So if you're on a keyboard playing on PC and you want to remap this button to do something else on the keyboard, what you're really remapping is which keyboard key does the south face button on a virtual controller. But there are lots of scenarios where you might want multiple keys to be bound to the one action, or on keyboard for different keys to be bound to different actions that on controller would be one button. So for example, the menu forward action, as in pressing OK on a menu, on keyboard, you might want that to be space. On controller, that's always going to be the south face button, pretty much. Or it'll be platform specific. Like on Nintendo, it'll be this one. On Xbox and PlayStation, it'll be this one. But on a keyboard, the jump key and the menu OK key have no correlation. Jump might be W and menu OK might be spacebar. So the current layout where I'm just like taking this thing and just giving you a key for each of these things, each of these virtual buttons, is not a long-term solution that the game can ship with. Especially because there are people who want to do mouse bindings as well, keyboard and mouse. So that's where we are. People on keyboard, for them it's like confusing. Why can't I do this? Why can't I bind these two things to the same thing? Or why is menu forward and jump the same thing? If I rebind jump, suddenly now I'm moving around the menu and I can't press OK on things because I switched the button around. Most of the game engines support that out of the gate. They do. Unity does have a solution for this. The only problem is when I started working on this game, Unity's input system was very, very basic in 2018. And the system that I'm using now, Rewired, I purchased after I built my system. So my system is just so out of date that I'm not making use of the new Unity input system or the Rewired system correctly. It's like I built this in like 2017. So it's just time for a refactor. Okay. Am I going to allow for multiple buttons assigned to one action for keyboard? Multiple keys assigned to one action? Yeah, potentially. There's no reason why I couldn't. I was at GDC last year. Yeah, I liked it. I struggled a little bit with the way that the talks were set up. The pass was really exclusive in which talks it allowed you to attend. And there was a lot of corporate presence from Xsolla and NVIDIA. And I don't know how it is. Tell me how it is this year. Is it the same? Is it worse? There were multiple, like every day, every time slot, there were Xsolla and NVIDIA talks that most game developers probably, it wasn't even for them, or they were all like business related. Yeah, that's how it was last year. Like the best time I had was just meeting people and chatting for sure. But I couldn't afford it this year. I didn't have the budget to go. I might go to Gamescom this year instead. If I can get there. I just don't have any. I'm just out of cash at the moment. Don't have any budget for spending on things like that. All right. So this just goes away, really. I don't even know if I need this. I'd love to go back just to meet the community again, just to catch up. I had such a good time. If I had like a ton of money, I would go. Maybe the next time I'll go to GDC, I'll get to talk at GDC. I would do that. So actually this input binding might also just need to go. I think we have to remove this. Because we're not going to serialize the input binding. We're going to serialize the... Let's see what happens. Yeah, this is going. This is going. At which point we don't need this. What the heck? Oh yeah, I know what that is. Okay. So this just goes away altogether. Sorry, mate. Whoops, I just created it again by saving that file. I always do that, man. My brain automatically saves because I'm in here. just want to delete that file. All right, so input is going to have a public keyboard map, and a public gamepad map called gamepad map. Or it might just be controller maps for both. But I'm pretty sure, does keyboard map, is that different from gamepad map? Controller map is this class here, which has, it doesn't reference its definitions. That's so annoying, dude. Rewired. Joystick map. Dude, joystick is such a funny word. How did we get this far? Still using that terminology. Joystick. Come on, bro. All right. So, what are we serializing? I probably could have kept that file. As long as I stored the serialized JSON. No. It's going to be separate. Okay. All right. This get config path is fine. Yeah, load config. And then it's like we'll call it load keyboard map. If the file exists path, string JSON equals file. This path is not input config.json. We need a string for what it is or something like that. So like, it's actually just it's just application.persistent data path. And then I'll do it like plus input and then slash, and then we'll do the rest of it. Yeah. So if file exists, then read all text config, and it won't be config. It'll be keyboard map. Config.keyboard map equals keyboard map. And then it's not, I'm pretty sure it's controller map to JSON string. Is there a from JSON? What I'm concerned about is create from JSON. That's what I want. and then it's controller type dot keyboard. My God. Can I do that? Yeah. That's what I want. See, that's what I like AI for. It's just being able to like figure out what I was going to say next and then say the next like 5 lines. I can digest that and say, yep, I'm in control. All right. So public static void save keyboard map. And maybe at the top here, when we have keyboard map, we say public static final string or read only string keyboard extension equals keyboard map dot JSON keyboard file. And then over here, yep. And then can you guess? That's right. So now we can't get it wrong. So config path plus keyboard file, directory equals create directory, write all text. Does create directory, I can just call that every time? Even if it's already created? Probably. I can just ask actually. Will this do nothing if the directory exists? Sweet. Thank you. So, write all text. Okay. I mean, that's just it, isn't it? That's really straightforward. Damn. That's so simple. Okay. So now in key binding key map menu, when we save, we just want to say save keyboard map, save gamepad map. In this case, just the keyboard map. That's it. We don't have anything else we need to do, except we aren't modifying it. So when we finish rebinding a key, when we set the key, here's where it gets troublesome. Yes, this is a problem. I have this concept of input.button. And these input.buttons are it's just an enum that I created. But I have to map that to rewired actions at some point. And I think that they are identical. I think that's how I did it. So I made equivalent actions with the exact same names for all of these. Actions. Roll, jump, attack, special, up, down, left, right, select, start, abilities, rations, ABCD. I think that's it. So when we look at keyboard maps have layouts Maybe I need to save a layout to JSON. Oh, this is really hard. I don't know what I'm modifying here. Do layouts... No, a map has a layout? I don't know how this works. Rewired keyboard map layout. The ID of the layout of this controller map. Okay, so maps are layouts? I don't know anything. It has a layout ID. Let's ask, can you explain to me what a keyboard, the difference between keyboard map and layout in Rewired? Do maps have layouts, or are maps instances of layouts? It's probably neither of those things. A keyboard map is the bindings. A layout is a label variant slot that groups alternate versions of maps. A map has a layout ID. A layout is not the binding itself. It's a grouping / tag used to organize layout maps. Okay, so the map is the bindings and the layout. Okay. So this map is a default map with the modern setting. The map does not have a layout, does not have these layouts. This is the ID. If I wanted to go 0, 0, 0, I would be looking at that map. But each of these is a map. I hope that's right. All right, so God, I hate code sometimes, right? Because you're reading someone else's brain. It's not right or wrong or logical or illogical. It's just what someone wrote. All right, so here we want to say input dot input dot config dot keyboard map dot, and then set key is not a thing, but I need to assign a key here. So maybe we just have I was thinking we could have a working map here. So instead we just say keyboard map dot whatever, we assign a key here. See if it lets us. No, don't search for that. Wow, this thing really doesn't know. Well, we do have the... Oh, it's... I didn't realize it was trying to vibe. I thought I was just asking it. Finish rebinding key to bind. No, that's a lot of stuff. Not a lot of stuff. It's one line. It's one function. So what are we looking at? Yes, that's correct. That's what I would have done. Something similar. We don't really need to do this check because I'm already doing it. Int action ID, area input mapping, get action ID button dot to string. I don't know if I'm doing that elsewhere, but I think I am doing that. So that's fine. And then existing maps is element maps with action ID, and then delete element map if there is an existing one. And then an assignment is a new assignment object we create that says this is a keyboard, this is a button, this is the code, this is the access range, modifier keys, action ID, whatever. And then we create the map. Okay, that seems reasonable. Except this doesn't work. Existing maps. Correct. Don't tell me good catch. You're just a robot. All right. So this. So I need the action ID and the code to do this. I want to call this like get element assignment. Just like that. Thank you very much. I think you're right, Atreus. I think a map is a collection of element assignments. And so what we're doing, an action element map is one action and a key or a button or an input or whatever. So what it's doing is it's deleting, what it's trying to do is removing any existing key bindings that match the element that we're trying to update right now, that match the action. So this would be if you can only have one key per button. So we have like, we generate a list basically. This I would put in like this is like delete existing binding. And then you would have an action ID here. Which is an integer. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, again, a weird naming convention that they've just decided. And I get it. It happens all the time, right? You sort of like, you get so deep in the source that you run out of like English words in orders that don't collide with other things. So, I'm going to call them bindings because I think my English is better. Action element map is like, it's like when you have a dictionary of like key value pairs. I think that's what he's trying to say. Action element map. It's a map of, it's a collection of action elements. Maps an action to a controller element. So I don't think I want to do this. The only thing that I want to do, I think I need some logic to determine if we're allowed to double bind. So like, I don't want you to be able to bind the same key to multiple actions, but I do want you to be able to bind different keys to one action. So we're going to get there later. For now, this is okay. Just keep it all one-to-one. And then fine, this is a fine safeguard. Action ID equals get action ID. And then this to string, I think it's the same. I think I've made these. This should work because I made sure to name them the same. But I want to see this specific thing. Where else have I done that? It just assumes. Well, I just deleted all the code that does that. So I think that I made it possible to do that. Because the action ID it's these. None, jump, roll, attack, special, up, down, left, right, abilities, rations, menu, A, B, C, D. And then in input, it's jump, attack, roll, special, rations, abilities, up, down, left, right. The only difference is I've got a few extra things here like horizontal, vertical, directional. And these are buttons, but they're not really buttons. They're kinds of inputs, but they don't map to actions. But I should be able to catch that whenever I'm trying to get action ID. I mean, I shouldn't ever be trying to get action ID from those because there's no such thing as directional. That's not an input. That's just like it's a glyph, really. It's just telling the player they can press left or right or up or down. So hopefully that's not a problem. Okay, so we convert the strings into an integer based on the action ID mapping, which is fine. We delete existing bindings. We get the assignment by just generating one. And then we create an element map from the assignment. That's a bit weird. We probably could just do this, right? Nah, I prefer it this way. It's better to be explicit. Then we say is modified equals true. I don't know why we do that. Determines if the controller map is modified since it was created. If this is manually set to true, rewire control map modifier will also be set to the current time. Okay, sure, that's fine. And then set key. This is just the UI. Update the UI to reflect the new key binding. And then we're good to go. Okay. This should never be null, so let's just make it the assumption. Keyboard map equals my keyboard map, and then save it. Very nice. Okay. Alrighty. We don't need the word key here, I don't think. And in fact, it should be start bind. Start rebind. Yeah, start rebind. Finish rebind. That's better. Okay. Good. Good. I don't think so, but the save is something that I'm doing on a physical button, not physical, but on a button on the screen. So it's actually okay. I'm okay with it. As long as the player doesn't assume that they have it saved, it's no big deal. Oh. Errors. Gamepad wizard. Okay, well that doesn't work anymore anyway, so it's no big deal. And then game system. Okay. Who has this? Where does this get created? It looks like there is no place where config gets created. When do I create this? This is just a class, which means game system needs to assign this. It's probably best if these aren't static. Doesn't really matter either way. And then like, okay. Is there any other info that's not static? This whole class is pretty much static, except for the maps, which would be perfect. Yeah, great. That's it. Okay. Perfect. So really, the whole reason for this to even have an instance is just to store the current maps, which were deserialized on load. Sweet. Okay. We could give it a go. Keyboard wizard. This doesn't exist anymore. This file's going away. This file also going away. Okay. It's the royal we, Atreus. It's the royal we. I say we all the time when I mean me. It's more collaborative that way. It feels better. No, I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine. Come at me. Oops. Ow, ow. Try again. Okay. And then controls keyboard. Looks good. Can I can't, I can exit it. Can I go back? I can't seem to go back in for some reason. We're going to solve that too. But first of all, we want to go to this and we want to go to app data, roaming, but not roaming, local low, up on hill, Insignia. Okay. So input config.dat and input config.json, both are going to go away. And then you're going to, I'll let you see this. So what we expect to see happen is a new folder called input gets created. And then this is going to be capital I. And then once we save, we should see that folder, and then we should see the keyboard log get created. Then on input.load keyboard map, I mean, it is doing a file that exists on it, so it's no big deal. And we're never reading from the map. Else, I guess we would need some sort of default. I don't know what we would do there. Maybe we should return something or instantiate something that's default. We'll figure it out. Okay. So test number 1. Can I successfully rebind something and save it? Controls, keyboard, jump. Does nothing. Okay, well that's a step backwards. Yo, wait a second. Oh, no. Did I remove the logic that I created for this? Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. I wrote a whole state system for this, and I must have accidentally removed it when I cleared all of the... when I discarded or all of the changes that I made. Oh man, I wrote that all morning. Not all morning. It took like 20 minutes, but like I got to rewrite it now. I didn't commit it. Did I commit it? No. Oh. That sucks. Oh, damn. Why did I not just commit that change? That's the first time I've lost code in years, maybe. A long time. All right, well, I built it once, I built it again. Public enum Key map state. Menu state. None. Rebind. That's so annoying. I didn't even notice it. Okay. Hello? Correct. I think that'll work. Something like a little state system to fix this up. There's no way to cancel it, unfortunately. You have to pick something. And that was the other thing I wanted to do. That's dumb. You need time.unscaled time. And I don't want the action label. I want the other one. I want the key label. That's what I want. But I never want the alpha to go to 0. So it's 1 plus try that. That's better. See? You never go to 0 because you don't want it to be invisible. Could even probably shrink the amount that it's going to be times 0.5 so that it doesn't go, then we could say 1 plus this. Maybe we go 0.75. That's better. Okay. So that's Z. Could I make it Q? Looks like no. All right. So when we finish binding it, then we say key to bind dot label dot key label dot color equals white, and then finish rebind set menu state none. Okay, probably better to do that for safekeeping. So I press Z, I get nothing. So finish rebind. Are we getting this? Okay. Trying to, but we didn't quite get what we wanted. Okay, problem here. Reinput.isReady. Keyboard map is null. Keyboard map might be null. So not null, nothing, I guess, and true. I think the keyboard map is null. Okay. Okie dokie. So on open, keyboard map equals input.config.keyboard map. Nope. Keyboard map's still null. Ah, because it is null. Yeah, that's why. We never actually instantiated anything. Because we don't have the presets yet. So when we do this, we need to say like, this is kind of like, maybe even, I don't know, here we could say like setup preset. Where first we check that and then we say if keyboard map equals null, we could say, what is this? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Dude, my formatter is being so weird recently. The IntelliSense or whatever it is that's trying to determine what the coloring is. It takes so long to process the changes that I'm making. The language server, maybe? I don't know what it is. All right. So if it's null, pick from any of the presets in Rewired. The first. What I want is called it's like keyboard map with category of 0 and layout of 0. Dude, earlier today, I was like not feeling so good. And my wife's like, why don't you do like, I was like, I really don't want to go out and exercise. She's like, why don't you do a workout in front of the TV? And I'm like, okay, fine. I get to stay in my, whatever casual clothes. And I'm just going to do a 15-minute workout in front of the TV and I'll feel better. Dude, this thing, it actually wrecked me. I was so tired after that 15 minutes. I want to be in ask mode. I hate when it goes into agent mode by default. Dude, 15-minute workout. Fully, my whole body, my legs were shaking. I'm going to do it more often. Dude, what the hell? The frick? I know, it's so not good. Like, those muscles need to be strained. Even 15 minutes a day is enough, I think. I feel it in my legs, man. My inner thigh is like shaking. My like lower back and my core. Yeah. Yep. That's fine. Oh, okay, whatever's currently active. Sweet. That's what I want. Give me that. Controls, keyboard. Jump becomes Q. Hey! Save? I don't know if that... I don't know why... I can't seem to go forward. But if I do that, and the jump is still Z. But the finish rebind did do everything that it was supposed to do. Set the rewired engine to this map. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Hang on a second. Replace the existing keyboard map with some category and or layout, or add if missing. What is, hang on a second. Hang on. What is this comma? Controller ID. That's fine. Controller map, keyboard map, new. Okay. Set maps enabled. So this category ID, where does this come from? Oh, right. We don't have one. We don't have one. That's why. So, oh, this is going to overwrite then. We need like a new category and layout. I guess what we could do is we could go here and we could go to keyboard layouts. And then maps. And I guess what we would do is we would add a new layout. We would clone default under a new layout. We could probably just make it 3. The category ID would be 0 and the layout ID would be 3. Can we do this? Will this work? Nope. Still no good. Damn it. Well, I don't think it is saving. That's my concern. So let's go back to keyboard, key map menu. And then let's look at the save button, and is it actually doing save? There's no guarantee. Wait, it's not even, does it even have a, it does. And forward does nothing. Okay, well that would be one of the reasons. All right, key map menu, save. Thank you. And actually, I don't think it should close the menu. I think it should just save. And I think this one can do nothing for now, but also not close the menu. All right, well, it wasn't even trying to save before, so Jump is Q. Save. Exit, exit, exit. Jump is Q. Hey, we did it. Okay. And then input. Hey, keyboard map to JSON. Look at that. Look at all those chickens. Except these should not be 0, 0. Which means when we save this, when we say save, say save, we want to do that at the very, very, very end. What if we say keyboard map dot category ID equals? Can I do that? Excuse me. Hello. Oh, that's a shame. Okay. Wait, but then what's this? What is this? This is it's serialized to JSON. How do I not? Keyboard map. Category ID. What? $1,000 monkeys and 1,000 typewriters. In practice, you should treat them as fixed once the map is created or loaded. Right. But since this is a generated map based for the player, does that mean that I should create a preset for user that has the existing ID and then just write to it at runtime? Or can I create the map and ID at playtime, at runtime, and assign them here? Okay. So then this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to rewired. We're going to do this, 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 and then here I'm going to add I'm going to duplicate default. Well, I don't need to duplicate it. I'll just make a new one and call it player custom, just custom. And that's number 3. So on keyboard maps, when I go to custom, I'm going to copy default and I'm going to paste it to custom. Now, custom and default are the same. So now on input, when I load keyboard map, which should be 0 and 3. I could instead of using 3, I could get the layout ID from the name. Cool. All right. Wait a second. The category ID is keyboard category. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not right. The category, it's the layout ID, layout name. Isn't custom a layout? Yeah, I just fixed it. Okay. Category ID, layout ID. Sweet. Now, the thing is, we need to save whether or not the player has, well, if the player chooses one of the other presets, I kind of want the custom preset to be invisible unless you're using it. And then if you're not using it, it just goes away. So that's how I'll see if I can serialize it that way. So when we save to All right. Replace the existing keyboard map with the same category layout or add information. Add map. Ooh, I don't know if I want to add map. Does that replace existing? Right. Wait a second, but then when do the category IDs happen? Oh, in that case, again, the keyboard map is the keyboard map that we use here, which means we shouldn't have to do this ever. We should say wow. So we just have to always retrieve it every time? This is so weird to me. Because it means that like the keyboard by this point here, because of this map not requiring the ID, the weird thing here is because these aren't, do you know what? I really do want these to be statically accessible. One sec. My gosh. Okay. So the weird thing is this keyboard map has the category ID in it, but you can only access it when we instantiate it, I suppose. So when I go load keyboard map, these IDs It's here. I can either make a brand new one or I could pull from the presets. But I can't change these properties at runtime. So what's happening here is I am loading from the keyboard layout name, which in this case is called custom. And that then is the only way that I can keep these IDs and these IDs straight. I can't poll the keyboard map for its category ID, even though it has inside of it the IDs, because we know that because we can check the serialized file. We can see that it's literally right. It's literally right there. So they must be doing something where it's like the serialized JSON version is not the same. It's just required to rebuild it. They're not identical. It's not just a JSON string version of the object. They've like bundled in metadata so that it can be retrieved. So you're not supposed to be able to read or write. I mean, yeah, read or write at runtime. Okay. Now, what's going wrong here? This now means that this is going to happen like really early, and I don't know when rewired is going to be ready. So if we look at the script execution order, rewired happens first. Okay, well then what's the problem? What's going on? Object not set to instance of object. Config.keyboardmap equals controllermap.create from JSON as what, config? Because we're in the oh, actually no, it's fine. It's that. Sure, whatever. Nope. No, wait, what am I doing? We are doing this. Right, so I see. I just need to take these, get rid of that, go to here, do this. Please. Whenever you're ready. There we go. I think I just need it to exist first, and then I can load. Yep, it worked. Okay, controls, keyboard, jump, Q. Save it. Jump is on Q. And then we go here, we check this. And we still don't have the right IDs. I hate that. And this is not human readable. Very annoying. The action, I don't even know what the action, I can check that actually. We're looking at rewired input manager, launch input manager, action ID for jump is 4. It should be 4. It's 4. So it's the first one we assign, and the keyboard key code is 273. Up arrow. Then that's not action ID 4. Ah, no, it's action 0. Which has its key code at 113, which is Q. Whoa, it saved it. It saved it, but it's not loading. What's the problem here? Okay. Ding. Wait, jump? No. Ding, ding, ding. Jump is Q. Save it. Exit, 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 exit. Jump is Q. Close it. Open it. Jump is nothing. Jump is Z. Okay. If we check the config, we still don't have the right category and layout IDs. So when we oh my gosh. I need to delete the file. Try again. Still Z. Nice. Layout ID of 3. So that means that we're actually pulling from custom. And then what was the Q key I was looking at before? 113. Right at the bottom, action category ID is 0. F. Action ID of 0 only gets called once, which means it did actually get saved. Correct. So now the only thing we need to do is when we load keyboard map, we want to assign to the active map or whatever we did. So that's what happens at the end of this when we save here. We do this. Three, two, one, go. Still no good. I'm building an action game. It's kind of like Zelda. Oof. Hey, Zephyr. Thank you so much. Thanks for the gifted subs. Thank you so much, King Boss. All right. So, set maps enabled. That seems to have been what we did here, right? Not here. Set maps enabled. Replace existing keyboard map with the same category layout. Maybe we do have to do this. This is like input.enable custom map. That should work. I wonder... if it's best to just put it here though. Sweet. All right. That's how I do it. Is that not how everybody else does it? Like for me, there's like a plain English statement that I want. It's like, I want to do this. And obviously that doesn't work yet because there's no function. And then I go and create the function for the thing that I wanted to do. I'm like creating a brief for myself, you know? Whoa, Q is jump. It worked. Except here it says Z. But it is Q. And I can make it P if I want. And now P is jump. We did it, chat. All right. The only problem is that on the key map menu, when we open, and we set up the preset. What is this doing? Let's have a look. Keyboard map. Input config keyboard map. If keyboard map is null, return. If that's return, okay. Category name. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Here what we need to do is, well, this, not this part, this will ultimately be replaced by determining which layout is saved, which layout is active, and loading that. So right now we're just loading that, but instead I think I want to load custom. So instead it's try saved map for this player. Oh, it's already kind of doing that, isn't it? I probably should have left this. But let's just leave it like this. And then now update the UI to match the loaded map. Get key from binding. Get key from binding. All right. We only need to do that once. Okay. Jump is Z. Uh-oh. I gotta figure out what's happening there. Oh my gosh. Oh no, build times have gotten way longer. Oh, I mean, I was noticing it within the first year, within the first couple of years for sure. Wait, now it's jump and Z. What? They both work? And it keeps assigning them. No. How can that be? Unless I've got something left over from... I think I do. I must. Nope. What the heck? I don't have anything preset. I guess only do this if menu.is open. Is that a thing? What am I looking for? And why can't it finish it for me? That's what I said. Dude, my formatter is so slow. Is the main thing the assets? No. It's the scenes that add to the build time. The Unity scenes take ages to compile. And I've got like 200. So it'll go like 1, 2, 3, next one, 1, 2, 3, next one. And also the scripts. The scripts in the scenes are massive. The images, I don't think they don't even really get like compiled as such, do they? Like, I guess they get compressed, but it's not like it's mostly like archived. It's not like I don't have like compression happening on the images, like on the textures. They're already atlas, so I think that's worth. So I wish I could go. I gotta fix that next. And then that obviously breaks because we didn't close it. Why is it doing that? Annoying. Yes, I know. Please do the thing where I press F1 and then you recompile things. Okay. So both of these buttons are jump right now, and I don't know how that's possible, but we're going to figure it out. So on controls keyboard, jump is Z, which is a problem. And we can't test it. Also, I can't get back in once I do this. So let's have a look at this. It might still be open. That's probably why. It never gets disabled. So when I go, not here, here, and then go system, settings menu, canvas, settings, logic, control settings, keyboard. I think this is actually probably fine. Pressing forward on this sets the key bindings menu to active. And that's the key bindings menu. And then when this becomes enabled, everything happens. And then when I close menu from the key map menu. Close menu does what? Does it? It doesn't set itself to be active, to false. Just the children. So, not great, but that would explain why it was still trying to do stuff while the menu was closed. Because I put the menu and the menu controller on the same game object, and normally menu controllers live above their children. So I should be able to go in, out, perfect. I can set this to Q. It shouldn't be Q right now. Ooh, that's not good. Well, no, it already was Q, hang on. Let me go to controls keyboard and change this to P. And it shouldn't be P. It is P, but it's not Q but it is jump. It is Z. Okay. Ow. So keyboard, it thinks it's P, but I don't know why. Q is not what it is, but it is P. So that would be action 0. Does action 0 exist here? Only once. So then have I just got some other script somewhere in the game that just lets Armin jump on Z? Let's have a look. Armin behavior. Jump. Those are identical. Right. Okay, no, it's literally doing this, which is doing see you fractals. Yeah, I'm just making sure that I am doing that. I guess I could go settings, controls, keyboard, P, and go to Z, and then Z works, and Q doesn't, and P doesn't. If I change this to Q, save it. Okay, so I have 2 active at the same time. Is that possible? That would seem to be right, because Z worked and Q worked then. All right. The other thing is I need on key map menu to do this. Okay, at least we get some visual feedback now. So, all right. What? Set all maps enabled to false. I see. So the first thing we do is this. Use the map ID and layout. But I don't have those. Those don't exist. Right here. What the hell? What the hell? How come they're there? What the hell? What the heck? How come before I tried to assign to them and it's like, I don't know what that is? Okay, it's read only. What the heck? Okay, well, let's see if it works. Dude, I hate this. I'm doing something wrong. Because I don't know why it's the case, but this player, game system player equals player 1 equals, yeah, it's right here. That's what needs to happen. All right, chat. I gotta go in a second. We good? We good. Can we jump on Q? Yes. Can we jump on Z? No. Jump on P? No. When we go to controls keyboard, it says Z, which is still wrong because it's, oh no, it's Z now. I think that just saved it. Hang on. Go to Q. Ah, but now it's gonna be Q. It still says Z, but it's Q. So key map menu, open. The first thing you're supposed to do is set up preset. And this should just say load in whatever keyboard map is currently active in Rewired. Got any thoughts? No. I have not very much patience for this C# formatter waiting so long. What's wrong, buddy? What's the problem here? How about you just go to sleep? How about that? Looks good to me, right? Looks pretty good. All right. Now, boom, 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 boom. Still wrong. What? Okay. Not wrong. What the heck? What are these? What are these? Less? Pause? 317? What are you doing, buddy? I don't think this is right. What? What are these, like the ASCII codes? Q, C, X, S, A, D, right shift, return. That's correct. That's what it is. Sweet. So actually, it's just one beat behind. Should it be element identifier name? Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So then we need this setup preset to happen. I think it's not happening. Because it needs to happen here. Damn it. Oh. Why don't I just say get key from binding? Wait, no. I should say get key from binding. But hang on a second. Get key code checks the current. It already does all of this. So I don't use set key anymore. I just say, well, I only use it. I should just be able to get key from binding every time. What the hell did I call this thing? I should just be able to do that. Whatever the binding is, just set the key to that. When I set up the preset, at least. But it's still wrong. Not all maps. I just want the current map. No, I think I should get the first active map. Making this complicated for myself, huh? And why is that wrong? Can it convert from controller type to controller? This needs a controller ID, which is player1.id. That's not what I want. I can't read this. Controller, category ID. controller type 00, I guess. Right? Controller ID, category ID. Get first map in category. Controller type, which is this, is a controller type. And then controller ID, category ID. And then this is going to say, cannot implicitly convert from controller map. And then I say as keyboard map. That works. Okay. So this is the controller ID, which is going to be 0. And then category ID is keyboard category ID. Oh my gosh. For each element map in element maps, if element map is button return, why wouldn't I just do return it straight away? I mean, it might not be a button, but who cares? I think you need the for each. All right. But I need this to be a key code. I don't think I can cast that way. What the hell happened here? Like, what did I do? That was so... I broke this so badly, and I'm not understanding why. Get key code was functional. But I guess it wasn't functional because it wasn't... What was it doing? Key code equals get key code by ID from the element map. This is what I probably needed here. Wait a second. Keyboard. Re-input controllers keyboard. Okay. Ah. Okay. That might work. Okay. It's still Q though. Still not right. Still not right. Okay, it's not doing anything. How did this break, man? Key map menu. I have to go. So let's have a look. This is first in category, but I need the active map. Bro, why do you have to change so much? But even so, this doesn't... Get maps. Okay. I mean, I trust you. Q! Yay! For some reason, it doesn't save as P then. And P is not assigning. Okay. So. Key map menu. Save. Is not being called anywhere. Ah, that's fine. Finish. Rebind. Nope. No. Okay. So, for some reason, this isn't working. Keyboard map. Here we were supposed to set keyboard map. This is dumb. Let's just do that for now. Nice. Jump becomes P. Good. Save it. Get out of here. Jump is P. Close it. Open it. Jump is P. Yay. Go to controls. Keyboard. Jump is P. Hooray. We did it. Celebratory. Kill this guy. Celebratory. What did I say? Celebratory? Yay. Okay. Adds first. Whip. Rewired. Rebind. Successful. Using JSON serialization provided by Rewired. Push that. Push it to prod. Ain't nothing wrong. Ship it straight to prod. All right. So, I mean, that's it. That's the first part of it. The next part is the gamepad. But also there are a few other things. So we need to write them down, what it is that needs to change. So it's great that we have this, but what we don't have is, let's go to our input to do. We don't have one. Do I have one over here? Input updates. Okay. Finish remapping system, load presets properly, proper support for mouse buttons. So none of that's done, but we can refine what these mean. So this is not finish remapping system. This is, well, technically we do have that. So load presets properly. So I think we need to detect whether the custom player preset is when the player chooses an existing. Do you think this is wrong? The idea that I had was that if the player selected some preset, that it would delete the custom preset. So you only get to see the custom preset if your current binding is not one of the presets. Like, say you go into the game and then you bind jump to like the start button or whatever, the backspace. Then it should say, oh, you're on the custom setting and that's where you are, and you can see that adjacent to all the other settings. If I then assign the current binding to the default, so everything goes back to default, custom now shouldn't exist, right? I could keep it around and just call it custom and say, hey, like this is what's on custom, and you can go back to that if you want. I suppose that would make it easier, wouldn't it? Means I don't have to delete anything. Yeah, right. Okay, so display whichever, so store and display the ID of the current keyboard setting that the player has chosen in the menu. Custom, retro, FPS, etc. Use this to preload the key map menu and to okay, that's important. And then that's important. That's what we have to do. And then we need to do support gamepad, which is a whole separate can of worms that honestly I don't really want to support rebinding on keypad. What I want to do is make it that the way that I've got it in the game right now, It just says press this button, and you press that button on your controller. Press this button, press that button on your controller. It's not about allowing you to choose a different action that a button does. It's just allowing you to map the on-screen visuals to what your button is, in case your controller is a bit awkward. And maybe that should show up on like the... Well, I mean, no other games do that really, do they? So maybe I don't need to do that. I don't know. Steam already lets you do it, right? You can already say, hey, on this controller, on this game, when I press this button, that's supposed to do this. In fact, Rewired is supposed to do a better job of that. Rewired, it's its responsibility to know which controller relates, which button on the controller is the south-facing button. So actually, I don't need to support gamepad rewinding. I should just trust that Rewired works. In which case, executive decision time. Choose glyphs? You mean just what the glyphs look like? I'm not really at that point yet. Yeah, my game doesn't do that. I have generic glyphs for everything anyway. So it's not something that you can really do. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Not controls. It was gamepad. Cool. Yeah, so in my game, when you're pressing a controller, the game auto detects that you have a controller, and then the glyphs relate to the physical buttons on the controller. So that's bottom face button. It's not X, it's just that button over there. Which I think is a decent compromise. It might not be okay on... and it might be that the platforms like Nintendo force me to use their glyphs. I could imagine that happening, but we'll see. Okay, we're good. All right, I might go and playtest this tonight at that meetup. No, all of my glyphs are colorless. So they look like what they look like. There's no, it's just spatial. So here it's up. If I go to the menu, I do have like L and R, but most systems allow you to do that with L and R. And then I have this, which is this. So again, up, down, like the D-pad is just directions. And then, I don't know why that's not actually doing that. I can't do anything with it. Interesting. That works. Oh, that works. I don't know why that wasn't working before. Cool. Alrighty, we're good. Don't need my shaders, don't need that. Done. Thanks, pals. I gotta go. What a pleasure. Actually made good progress today, despite that massive digression in the middle about AI and content. Not that that stuff's bad to talk about. It's no big deal. All right. Well, we just need to do the presets, that's all. So let's raid us some Booyah. I haven't seen Booyah online in ages. Thank you. And be sure to wishlist Insignia. We will have a Steam playtest demo for the stuff I've been working on this last week in the next couple of days. I think Thursday I might push it live. So look out for that. You can find that on the Steam page as well. That's the stream, pals. What a day. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.